Hello everyone, I'm BishiDove, and today we are playing some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. More episode 5 that we left off on yesterday. Oh, I always forget my notes, hold on. I gotta open up my Ace Attorney notes, hold on. I don't have much on here yet because we haven't even gotten to like the court day yet, but there are some important things in here. I think I actually would have forgotten what to do if I didn't write that down, so that's good. Okay, anyway, we're here, playing some more Ace Attorney. I also have something to show y'all. I posted a picture in the Discord just now, but I got a gift in the mail. Silly Wizard got this for me through my throne wish list. I had this little peacock plushie on there, and it looks so cute. I love it. It's actually way bigger than I thought it would be. She is gigantic. She is gorgeous. And I've already named it a she, even though technically this would be a male bird, but you know what? Oh well, she can be a girl if she wants to. So anyway, her name is Penelope, and she is beautiful. And I love that it has like this like different texture for this part of the wings. I don't know. I like it. I don't know where to put it yet. I have so many plushies. I have so many plushies in the background. So it's just gonna sit right here next to me. Alright. I think I want to go ahead and switch over and start getting some work done in Ace Attorney. Alright. Let's do some more lawyering in the 1800s. Let's do it. Alright. So we actually left off on a to be continued. So now we're just like in a new section, a new part of episode 5. 16th April, 1:26 p.m. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. There's some music. Let's see. So yeah, last time we learned a lot of things about McGilded. We learned a lot about that previous case. Apparently McGilded is a jerk, to put it lightly. He's a bad person. McGilded paid off the cab driver to drop off that coat, and then he gave the redemption ticket to Gina. So then that's why she went to go and get it. And then he also threatened Gina, and that's why she went along with everything during the case. So poor kid. And now we want to investigate the crime scene and prove that Gina did not kill Mr. Windibank. Oh god. Alright. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Pinkies up! Pinkies up, everyone! Pinkies up!
Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then?
Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Eh? Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There's so many articles to go through. It's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in here.
Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
Okay. Come then, let us not waste any time.
Alright! Finally we can look around. Okay, I'm curious about this. I don't know if this was always here. Okay, no, we're looking at the counter. Okay. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes, and... I did notice that. The cat photo that we have is also still here. What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing.
Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us.
Whoa. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Okay. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat on for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think...
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have at hand.
Well, don't we still have it? What? Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m. Huh. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem. Okay. If Susato's going home, is this close to endgame? Yeah. I didn't realize before yesterday, Case 5 is the last case of this game. But then there's a second game in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, so even after this is over, there's another game to get through too. I gotta write this down. Okay, so the cat photos, both of them, are redemption tickets for 2 different items. It's just weird it's the same picture. And this one was put, okay, so one was put 2 days before the coat. It's a box. Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it?
Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos.
I can't help wondering. Presumably Mr. McGilded never redeemed the article in question since he still had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Oh yes. It's something McGilded deposited. We need to investigate. Oh, okay, so yeah, this was from McGilded. Alright, a redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. And then we found another one just now. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he had. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently.
Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out.
Alright. Let the cogs turn. Are they... Okay, they're not identical. You know what this reminds me of? The stereoscope thing. If I cross my eyes, does it do it? The thing is, if you cross your eyes, you can't see straight ahead. So I don't... I'm actually trying it right now, but I can't tell if it's working. I don't know if it works. Maybe it needs to be on the Switch instead of, like, my desktop monitor. I don't know if it's working. They look different to me. It looks like the cat's face is, like, turned outwards more. Spot the difference. I know. No, I guess they're meant to be the same photo. For some reason, to me, the cat looks like its head is slightly turned. Trying to pull out your Nintendo Labo to act as a stereoscope. Oh my god. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these pictures. Sort of works for me, but slightly blurry, right? Like, it's not clear because your eyes are crossed, so I don't know. They're definitely different, right? Like, it's the same cat, it's the same snowman, but, like, the face looked like it was turned slightly. I don't know. Maybe it was taken in the same moment, but the cat moved. Probably worked better on 3D, probably. Probably on the tiny screen, yeah.
I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Oh, now I gotta talk to her about it, okay. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. Mm-hmm. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints?
Are they identical?
I don't think they're identical. Am I losing it? Like,
actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
Oh, thank God. I was like, am I seeing things? They're not?
Have another look at them now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
Yeah, because, like, the one on the right, the cat is looking straight at you, and the one on the left, the cat is looking slightly over to the left. I think so. It's very subtle, though.
But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Well, it's because they're a set, you see.
No, I don't...
This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Okay. Stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently?
Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there it is, just over there.
Ah yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
Really?
You know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay. How a stereoscopic print works.
Have you ever considered, Ruuuvo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just open them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
Two eyes? Shocking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye.
Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly.
Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one.
Getting a science lesson.
That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Oh, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right?
Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you would be able to see depth in these prints?
Yes, Ruuuvo, you're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that.
Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really? I have two eyes, but no brain. How do you use stereoscopic prints? What if I don't have a brain, Iris? Yeah, exactly. What if I have two brains? What then? Imagine having a brain. What if I have no eyes? What if I have one eye, 2 brains, and 1 nose?
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me. And see if you can copy.
She actually is doing it. What if I have astigmatism, Iris? What if I'm a ghost with no vital organs?
Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Ruuuvo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when 2 people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see 2 overlapping images like this. You try it now, Ruuuvo.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Yeah, I love that they actually have them cross their eyes.
Did the print split into 2 images for you? Now the next step. So put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until...
Whoa.
They form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Ruuuvo.
Should I try it again?
Pretend you're looking through the 2 pictures and slowly cross your eyes.
How do you slowly cross your eyes? I only know looking normal and crossing my... I don't know how to slowly cross my eyes. I'm actually trying to again. I think it's just... the screen is too big for me to do this. Like, I'm actually trying to. But I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. I think I need it on a little screen, because this screen is too big. Hey Breeze, welcome in. I love how she explains all of this, actually. It's helpful for people who, like, never understood how to do these when you were younger, you know? Like, I don't think I ever really understood how to do it. But I think the screen is just too big.
Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the 2 images overlap exactly in the middle.
Like this, is it? At least Ryu is having a good time. Yeah, it's blurry, right? This case had a gimmick of see the hidden image in the stereoscope to find the key evidence. I'd be screwed. Oh god! I hope not! There, you managed it! So now you know how stereoscopic images work. I mean, the fact that they're going over this so much, I feel like stereoscope stuff is going to be really important in the case, but I don't know how it's going to come into play, you know?
I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Ruuuvo?
They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. At least they cross your eyes for you. That's true. They, like, merge it together.
Some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back and... It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so anyway. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Alright. Now we got the second photograph. A white cat photograph number 2. Photograph depicting a sweet little white cat. I feel as though I have another print just like this one. Okay. Maybe we can look at it. Look at the back. It has... Isn't that blood? This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited one gentleman's overcoat, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Does that have anything to do at all with this? And then there's the blood. Look, this dark red smear here appears to have been made by somebody's finger. You think it could be blood?
Do you see any red mark as blood, Iris? That's a bit morbid, I think.
It looks like blood! But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it?
10-year-olds today.
What do you mean? It looks like blood!
Whatever. God. I bet it is blood, because apparently the guy cut his finger on the disc, so maybe it got onto that, even though I still think he had gloves on, so how could that have happened? But I don't know. I don't know.
Lick it and see? Ew.
Ryu, please, that's definitely blood. It looks just like blood. Get with it, Ryu, yeah. Jeez. Okay, let's look around more. So we've looked at the desk. Can we, like, talk to all of the police or something? Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know. A crime in a pawnbrokers. Alright.
That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Ruuuvo?
Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen?
I'm gonna fall asleep again. Put those sleepy emos in chat again! We're all feeling very sleepy. We're all going to take a very early midstream nap. Yes. Beautiful. Perfect. The sleepy swabloos. The sleepy herbs.
What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks.
Never mind that.
Cut the music!
If any of them see anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Alright, what else should we look at? I think we should just get to it. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I almost missed this. Look here. Oh my god. Is that the bullet?
Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall.
Presumably Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. So I think that's the one that hit Sherlock.
Well, Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
Huh? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps.
Hey, Amelia, welcome in.
Howdy.
You have redeemed the rainbow cowboy hat?
I can do that.
I gotta scoot down a little bit because I can't even see it. I'm too tall. I was looking up references and found an image of Kazuma's base model with Susato's hair and clothing, and I need people to suffer through that mental image with me. What? So Kazuma, but with Susato's hair and outfit? I want to see it. But I don't want to Google it and get spoilered. Do you want to post it? Can you give a permit to Luna, Ruuuvo? I have to see this. Oh, okay, yeah. If it's spoilery at all. I'll keep playing. I hope I can see it. Partly in jest. In jest?
Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once.
Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet.
What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. He doesn't think anything red is blood. Come on.
Aha! I may well be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
Ugh. I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you'd need this.
Oh no. What is that scary-looking thing?
Shirley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does.
Watch! Careful where you point that thing. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. Interesting. Okay, here's the picture. Oh my god. Amazing. He looks good. That's why I wanted to see it. I was like, I bet he actually looks good. Oh my god. Oh, you're good. You're good. He's beautiful. I love a man in a kimono, you know? It's alien blood. Yeah, it's alien now. The color of the blood has changed.
There. Does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash.
Okay, so it changes depending on the blood type? That's interesting.
What a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleedin' great.
So, whose blood are we looking at then?
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to, in a flash.
Huh. So it's not blood type, it's just like specific to each person? That's weird. Okay. My blood type is purple.
My blood type is pink.
Barbie blood. Is the whole bazooka necessary for all that? If you asked Iris, she would say yes. I know she would. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it?
1 flash or 2. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue.
Yeah, in fact, I will write that down because I won't be playing this again till Tuesday, so I might forget stuff. Adjust this. Let me see. So, the blood on the calendar turned green. So if someone else's blood turns green, it's the same person, I guess. All right. Hopefully I remember how it turned green. I'm sure I will.
So we must make a note of it in the court record.
All right, blood samples portfolio. Sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors.
Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have Regent left, sure.
Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there?
You didn't believe it was blood, Mr. Ryu.
How are they gonna check someone's blood? Stab them and then shoot them with that thing? I guess so. I think we should see if that can tell us anything. Okay. How do we do it?
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear, you mean?
Yes. It looks like blood, doesn't it? It's like he's gaslighting me right now. We literally had a whole conversation about how he was like, oh, you silly 10-year-old. You think everything is blood. Come on. Why would they write it like that? Why would they do that? This is so confusing. He's stealing the credit. Yeah, it's like that thing where like someone says something in a meeting and then another person says the same thing, but then they are like, oh wow, good idea, Ryu. Sholmes momento. Yeah, Sholmes moment. Oh my god. I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Oh my god. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris.
We should show this to her before we forget. Okay, a ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by Mr. Windibank. There's what looks like a bloody finger mark on it. So we need to present it. Okay. Let's present. Oh wait, I think I just clicked on look at it instead of present? Okay, hold on. There we go.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, so he bled through the glove? I don't know. Okay. A glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me.
Purple! Okay. Look at that. Alright. Okay, and then, so we're gonna have a blood portfolio now, but I just like to write it down too for myself in my notes in case I'm ever lost. I can just look at my notes and remember stuff. So the blood fingerprint on the ticket is purple. Okay. Purple. Look at that.
Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, I'm pretty sure the green blood is probably Herlock. Because I think that's the bullet that shot him. Well, this particular stain of blood.
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? You know whose blood this is?
I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to?
Oh god. It's wolf's blood. I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent. You did say purple. Alright. I believe that this is the blood of... Oh. McGilded, Gina, Mason, Pop Windabank. Okay, that's not who I thought. A leather glove, huh? I don't think it's Gina. I don't think it's Windabank. I thought it was this guy, but I guess I'm thinking of the wrong thing. So, I don't think it's Gina. I don't think it's Windabank. It's through a leather glove. Did Windabank have gloves? Hold on, let me look at what this is again. No, this was... Okay, well... My head is in the clouds today. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so this is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Okay, so this is the ticket that was for McGilded's coat. And it was originally brought in by the cab driver. And then given to Gina. Is it Windabank? Having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Put the coat in, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. For a small box. Maybe it is Windabank. I don't think McGilded would have touched it. Gina's had it for a long time. Is it Gina? I think it's Gina or Windabank. Oh, man. I don't think I've been paying enough attention. Oh, hold up. That man's name is Egg Benedict, huh? Yeah, Eggert Benedict. Apparently in the original Japanese, it's just Egg Benedict. Yes. But I know this is a fake name. This is not his real name. It's like a name he gave us. But it's not his true name. Okay, I'm gonna say... Does Gina have gloves? Let's say Windabank. You think somehow it could be Mr. Windabank's blood? Well, he would have been the last person to have handled the ticket. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. But Mr. Windabank had no injuries. Before he was shot, that is. Okay. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. Okay. Of course. I'm sorry, I'm just lost today. Perhaps it's not a concept you can really grasp unless you've bled before yourself. Funnily enough, I have accidentally cut myself before. But thanks for the mildly threatening advice, Iris. Hello? I'll have to think this through some more. Who do we know was bleeding at the time? Gina? Oh my, you think this is Gina's blood? Yes, it was Gina who brought the ticket here to Windabank's after all. Sometimes this- oh, I don't know if that's right. But Gina doesn't own any gloves. Right, she doesn't have gloves. Oh.
And Ginny wasn't injured either, was she?
We're trying to work out- okay, yeah, I know that. Oh. I think I'm just not thinking about this properly. I think that's all. Okay, we have McGilded or Mason. I guess Mason, since he was stabbed? I was just thinking of it wrong, I guess. Okay, maybe it was Mason. Thrice-fired Mason. Okay.
You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Yeah, I'm not very sure at all! It was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windabank's yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago.
Okay.
Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Oh! So they're saying that he had blood on his gloves, but the blood was of Mason, who he had killed, and then that blood got transferred onto this ticket. Okay. The gloves are a pretty specific detail in the grand scheme of 1 through 3. I don't know how Susato remembers after 2 months. I certainly didn't remember at all! That's why I struggled so bad. I was just thinking of what happened recently. I wasn't thinking 2 months before in the game, you know? Also, welcome in, Arkham. Howdy. I prefer eggs on avocado toast, personally, with bacon. That sounds good. Time to look at Herlock's snatched waist! Yes! Okay, so... the blood fingerprint on the redemption ticket is from Mason, the victim from 2 months ago, left by a leather glove, which McGilded wore. Okay, got it. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Right, and there was blood on the gloves. That was confirmed. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. No, you have those too, thanks to me. Thanks to me!
Yes, I think you're right, Ruuuvo.
Not this game dragging me! Oh my god.
Let's make a note of this.
Alright, a redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. And the blood sample portfolio has been updated. 2 samples of blood analyzed with a special chemical. Yep, okay. Alright, that was a lot. I think now... is there anything else to look at? That was all just from the calendar. I think we probably want to go back there.
Behind that door is a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said.
Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. With the little window in the door. Yep. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him.
As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. So we must make a thorough investigation.
Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them.
Okay, so I think we have to move to get there? Yeah, okay, the storeroom. Got it. I see I've missed a few things. Yeah, just a couple. Just a couple of things. There's a dead person. Herlock has been shot, but still alive. Gina is the main suspect, and we're representing her in court so that she's not found guilty. McGilded threatened her to cooperate in the case from 2 months ago. There's a lot of things. I always love that lawyers are also basically detectives. Yeah, in this game, it makes it more fun. I think if it was just the courtroom and you were just given evidence but didn't get to go look at the scene, it wouldn't be nearly as interesting. So I do like that they did that when they started this series. "16th April, Windibank's storeroom." All right. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windowbank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
Is she okay in here? She may be a doctor, but she's also a little kid. Ah! Did we startle you? Wait, Inspector! He just was like, ah! And then left? What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old. It's even worse.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Eh? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Sir! Why? You dummy! Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves.
Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say.
Oh, Hurley.
And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Alright, so we can actually talk to him first, but I think I want to look around instead. And then we'll talk to him after that. Yagami nods in approval. Honestly, I prefer the courtroom segments, but investigations and some second trilogy instances have taught me that it's so much better with both. Yeah, I think... I hear you on that, because I think that the courtroom segments are, like, more exciting, because the investigation segments are more about, like, you have to look around and talk to people and find clues, but then the courtroom is, like, intense, like, puzzle solving. That's when you have to put all those clues into action, and so it's just more engaging. But I do think it is nice to have both, because sometimes, like, after a long court case in the game, I'll be kind of, like, tired of it and be like, I don't want to be stressed out anymore. And then these parts are kind of a nice way to, like, calm down before and after that, you know? I think it is a nice balance having both. She's a yeah, she has a doctorate at 10 years old, apparently. She's like a child genius, apparently. I really like being able to look at all the environments and seeing what the characters comment about. Yeah, and I think the flavor text, right, is really funny too. I mean, that's how you get the ladder versus step ladder stuff. If you didn't look around in the games and click on everything, you wouldn't see that, and you wouldn't know that running joke. At least you're not dead. Tobias Gregson, Ace Attorney, 1900. The courtroom is definitely more fun, but I don't think they would work as well without investigations. Doesn't a doctor take you like 12 years of college? I guess in the 1800s they just gave doctorates to anybody. I don't know. I don't know how it works. It has not explained how she just has a doctorate. It just said she's really smart. The investigation means I'm guaranteed to pick up on details I miss in the cases, so I'm not spending 2 entire health bars on one question. Even with that, I will struggle sometimes. Alright, let's look around. Without investigations, you wouldn't be able to show everyone your badge. That's true. I haven't really been doing that in this game, in Chronicles. I haven't been showing everybody, like, the armband. I don't know, would it be, like, the same? I'll tell you what, when we talk to Gregson, I'm gonna present the badge to him, or the armband, and see what he says. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Okay. I'm looking at all the not obvious stuff. Oh, okay, I clicked on something wrong. I meant to look at this. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Oh. What is it, Iris?
That's
Oh.
the box file that my manuscript was being kept in.
I was wondering, because I felt like... Okay, I'm not sure everything that's going on in this case, right? But what I'm thinking right now is that Gina is down here because she was looking for that manuscript, because she didn't believe that Herlock actually left it here, right? She thought that he was lying because he's a grown-up. And so she came down here on Iris's behalf to go and confirm whether or not it was true. I think that's why she was down here. But the fact that it's gone, I'm wondering if those two thieves that were in here were after the same thing, coincidentally. Or what? I don't know. Unless the thieves were here for something having to do with McGilded, and then Gina just wrong place, wrong time was doing that at the same time that they were. I don't know. Something like that. Of course, I don't want anyone to confirm or deny what I'm thinking. Just, that's what I'm thinking right now. So that was the box that the Baskervilles case was in. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... I don't know.
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
I think that the funny hat guy stole... Oh, eggs? I'm just gonna call him eggs now. Egger to Benedict. I'm assuming this is the 1800s equivalent of a rent storage locker. So the pawnbrokery is like a regular pawn shop, except it's very normal for people, high class or otherwise, to just come in here, leave something of value to get a loan, and then go make money, come back, pay off the loan, and get their item back. And then just always doing that in a cycle to kind of have like a temporary loan that they can pay off and then come back and get their stuff. So it's not like a pawn shop necessarily that you would think of today. It's like, it's a little bit more different and like really, really normal, almost like a bank, but with stuff. So yeah, that's how they explained it. Hey, Anna, howdy. Egg? Egg indeed! Right here. He even looks like an egg. There he is.
We must check inside the box at once. Yes.
Yeah, this is weird.
It was there. Iris's story was there.
Oh, it's still there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. Oh my god, it's all pink with a flower. A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windibank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. We should look at it. We should look at it! Oh, okay. The title. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Oh yeah, I forgot she knew that. I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. That's weird. I don't know why she doesn't want to tell us anything. I think that's about it. Oh my god. So cute. The little heart, the flower. Oh my goodness. I love that. Alright, so the manuscript was still there. So I wonder if, like, Gina came down here, she opened it and saw it was in there, and then she got interrupted by Mr. Windibank. But I don't think she shot him, of course. Something else happened. Alright, I think all we have left is the gun and the chalk. Oh, it is a long book. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Oh, we should spray the blood.
Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
That's good. I don't know, man. It's tough to hear that still. This must be his blood, then.
I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Alright. Let's see. Blue! Alright. So, Mr. Windibank's blood is blue. I'm sure that'll be very important later.
So, now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway.
Alright, we got 3 samples now. And then we have the gun. Oh, it doesn't say check mark. Let me do it again. Iris?
Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Alright, and then we have the gun. This is a revolver. A real one. Isn't it Windibank's gun?
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Ruuuvo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past. Oh, yeah. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? Yep, you don't have to remind me! I shall have to take my own life. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
I think that's gonna be really important, too. Because, like, there were 2 shots that night. There were, Mr. Windibank getting shot, and then Herlock getting shot. So I feel like later on they're gonna be like, oh, Gina shot both of them. I don't know. There's gonna be something weird about that. I'm gonna make sure I remember this in my notes. So, Windibank's gun had only 1 bullet. Okay. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Alright. I think that's probably it. I think we're done here. So now we can talk to Mr. Gregson, the scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Sure, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay. Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside. Okay, that's important. Okay. I figured it was, and that's why they think it's Gina.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
Oh. Okay. But I think that makes sense because we know she broke in here, but I don't think she shot him. The key to this storeroom?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Alright, Sholmes' operation.
Trixie, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
The thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
Whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medicine to work at first, so it took him hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes round again.
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
So he's old. He's just so tired. So tired. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright, I think we're actually all done here. Oh wait, we wanted to present, of course, the armband. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share, Sunshine. Not with the general public.
Ugh.
In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
Pinky's up. Ah, lovely.
You don't mind sharing that, then? Okay, that's all we get. Old people have a harder time metabolizing anesthesia and have a prolonged recovery. Either that or he has an organ disease. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Tea does do that when it's made, right? Calling Herlock old? Oh god, okay, we're moving. We're moving! Let me see. We're going to the hospital. The hospital. I think I'd be pretty tired after getting shot too. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So he's not here yet. Maybe we should go to the prison? Unless I missed something at the pawnbrokery, but I don't think so. Hospital is interesting. Yeah, it's a little rundown. It's a little rundown, yeah. 16th April, local prison cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment.
Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped.
Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Calm down, Ruuuvo. I was only joking, of course.
Oh. Ugh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Maybe I missed something.
Come along then, Ruuuvo. Come along, Susie.
Okay. I missed something? Maybe I should present some of the evidence to Gregson? How do I show him? Just try the manuscript.
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale, this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You looking to be arrested, Sunshine?
I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? I guess I'll just keep showing him stuff? I don't know. You can't put anesthesia in a game and expect me to not comment. It's my passion. No worries, no worries. Oh, yes. I second what Enna said. It's technically something that we shouldn't be saying. Technically not. He really wants to get paid. He really does. He really does. I can't blame him, honestly. I can't blame him. I can't fault him for it. But... Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this? Okay, no, so he's not going to talk about that. Let's just skip this. I can't skip the pinky up, though. The whole animation. I gotta watch the whole thing. Okay, so I don't think he's gonna comment on anything, then. Let me look at this. I, the undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Gina Lestrade, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker. We have the date of the trial. Okay. Anesthesia is so weird. It doesn't feel like falling asleep, more like closing your eyes and opening them again. It's 3 hours later. That's how my surgery felt. Yeah, exactly. I have only gone under 2 times, I think. And it's such a incredibly weird feeling. And then you often wake up kind of like in a weird state still. I remember when I woke up during one of the times I was just super emotional. I was like crying, but I didn't know. I don't know. I was just very sensitive when I woke up. And I was so surprised it was done. I just kept asking, like, is it done? Did it happen? Like, I couldn't believe it. It's so weird. I remember getting my wisdom teeth out, and yeah, one moment you're awake, and then bam, you're somewhere else. Yeah, it's wild. It's a wild invention, you know? And it's a great thing, because otherwise, you would have to endure the whole thing, but for us, it takes like a split second, even if it can be hours of surgery, so it's a great thing. I'm just stuck. I'm not quite sure what I'm missing here. Maybe there's something in the other room I missed, because I'm pretty sure I've seen everything in here. Looked at the gun. I've looked at the chest. I presented stuff to Gregson. I've talked to Gregson. There's nowhere to move. So let's go back to the main room. And maybe there's something there I should look at. I don't even remember knocking out when they had me count down on the anesthesia. Yeah, I don't think I did either. I was counting and then suddenly I was awake again without realizing anything. Yeah. It's kind of funny to watch like videos that people like have like their family member record them as they're being put under. And sometimes people are like, oh, I'm gonna stay awake for a long time. I'm gonna fight it. And then you just see them like 3... They're just gone. They're gone. Oh. Converse. I could show her something in the files, but I don't think I need to. I guess I'm gonna look at absolutely everything, because there are things still to look at. I just figured it wasn't important to the investigation, but maybe it is. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Oh, there is a thinker! I didn't see that. It's like in the shelves. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there.
Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Shh! Keep it down!
Oh, sorry.
There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. 2 days!
Oh my god. They really have a tough time, the British police.
That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it?
Oh god, there's something in my eye. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Oh? No, I suppose not. For me, I went from getting loaded onto the operating table to waking up in a panic. Oh man. I feel like that's a terrible way to wake up. Like, I feel like you can wake up either emotional or panicked. Oh, I'm sorry. F to the labor laws. Yeah, what labor laws, right? 1800s London? I don't know if they had any. Fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. And we've already looked at that, so... Oh! There's more. That's probably what I missed. I'm sorry. I thought we were done with that. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That's it. Okay. We'll just look at everything. I don't know. Let's look at the thinker.
These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know.
Yeah, I guess the thinker is like the reference, right, to the first case in the first game. I just realized. Because the thinker is also just like a famous statue, but in Ace Attorney it would be really specific.
Are you alright, Ruuuvo?
Oh, it's just... Well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them, even that horse statue.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
I wonder if this was also somewhere in the other games? I think the horse statue actually might be something too. I think that might be it. There must be something else I missed. Huh. Oh, we can look at the desk again. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me.
But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Is it 1900? Is it 1800s or 1900? It might be like 1890, but I would still call that 1800s. Is it the 1860s? This is 1860s, so no labor laws did exist yet, but by 1868 they would start to come into law under Queen Victoria, but took years to take any real effect and wasn't really enforced. Dang. Pretty sure they referenced the turn of the century several times. Huh. I'm not sure. I really just don't remember. I keep saying 1800s. That's what I've been saying since the beginning, so I don't know. I was thinking 1899 or 1900. Maybe it's like late 1890s? But I don't know if it's actually turned 1900 yet. And it's so close that you could probably just say either. Hey Jake, welcome in. Howdy. Oh, I like that emote. Any emote with a cowboy hat is cool in my book. Yeah, howdy. Happy Friday. I'm a little bit stuck in the game right now, but trying to figure out what we're doing. Let's see. I've talked to you. I could show her things.
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windibank's, and he had.
But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Apparently the world thing with the Crystal Tower was an 1860s thing, so they're fudging with the timeline a little bit. Okay. The game says late Meiji, which was 1868 to 1912. Can't find a definitive date. Okay, so it's probably just the game hasn't told us exactly what date it is, so that's why we all think different things. I think it's like 1890s. So 1800s wouldn't be wrong, technically, but probably 1900s would also not be wrong, because it's just so close to each other. I just always say 1800s. Even the other game that I was playing that took place in the same era, I always just said 1800s, so... I don't know. It's somewhere around there. Somewhere around it. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
I know. I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists.
And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Would you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but...
Oh, I don't really like boring things.
Oh. It looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children.
I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with "this is boring," but it's a bad habit. You should stop it.
I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Okay. Happy Friday. We did the thing and made it to the end of the week. We sure did. Hope you're doing well. How goes Ace Attorney tonight? Pretty good. We're just making some progress in the investigation right now. Herlock Sholmes has been shot. The pawnbroker owner has been killed. Gina, the little, what would you call her? Pickpocket, is in jail. Well, there's a lot going on. The entire timeline of main series Ace Attorney is calculated based on DL6, so I don't know. Labor laws are pretty whack. The only real ones were children between 9 to 16 could only work 12 hours, which is still deplorable, right? I don't think the 8-hour workday came into existence until 1920s with Ford. Yeah, that sounds about right. So much has happened. A lot has happened in this game. There's a lot. This is gonna be a big case. This is the final case in the first game of Chronicles. So it's gonna be a long one. I'm probably gonna be in this for the next few weeks. Yeah, for sure, Arkham, for sure. We're still working off of models from the 1920s. And it's 2023. I think we need some changes for sure.
Poor Ginny. This is all my fault, really. But she'll be alright, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean.
I'll defend her with everything I've got.
So, she'll be alright, won't she?
Am I that bad at instilling confidence? You are. I think you are. Okay, that's not it. I am so confused. I guess let's try going to other places. So we've been to the prison, nothing there. We've been to the hospital, nothing there. I don't think we need to go here, but I'll just try it. Overthrow society. For legal purposes, this is a joke. Yeah. Oh, we live in a society, and it's painful. Where else? We could go back home? Anything here? I don't think so. I mean, I could look at stuff, they would say things about it, but it's not what we need to do to progress, I'm pretty sure. And I just want to figure out how to progress. Go here. I don't think there's really much to say here. Baker Street. I guess there's something to look at. We could look at the horse. Okay.
Horsey!
There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibanks.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home.
Poor Iris. She's very upset by all of this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Bruno, so please, don't apologize.
But
It's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. Okay. What else? That is it. Maybe we'll try the hospital again? No? Oh god. I'm missing something. Hospital? Prison? Is she here now? Sometimes, no. I might need a hint. I must have missed a clue or something, but I'm so sure I looked at everything. Maybe Gregson says something new now? No? No? What is Iris saying about every area? Is this supposed to be a hint? Or are you just asking me a question? I can't tell. Partner commentary on an area can usually tell you the where. Okay, if you let your contraption slip, you might miss what people say. Oh, not contraption, concentration, sorry. Grexy and his friends are working hard at their investigation. This place feels different to normal today. Love addicts. It's always a bit quiet when Hurley's not there. We have to help Ginny. I hope Hurley's in good hands. Just want to dismantle the clock. Okay. Might miss what people say. Is that her hint? Huh. I think I showed him everything. Yeah, he won't look at this stuff. Doesn't explain the what. I'm not not sure. So I think maybe we're missing something here? Oh, wait. Is he telling me things right now? I'm so sorry. I thought he was saying the same thing as usual. Hold on. I totally zoned out and didn't even see what was happening in front of my eyes. I'm so sorry. It's been a long week. It's been a long week. Okay, hold on. I'm so sorry. Inspector, what do you make of this? What have we here? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. This is the ticket for McGilded's overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to,
Bruno's right, Grexy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks.
Oh, so we might want to find that. Okay.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Nutterhood.
Okay. It was the evidence. It's always the evidence. Oh, good. Because he's ever so easy to talk to. My bad, everyone. My bad. Okay, second redemption ticket. I completely forgot that the other ticket had an item that we probably would want to know about. Oh my god. Okay. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
Eh? You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
You have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
I like how he eats the fish and chips like a bird. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh.
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. I can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Ugh.
Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure.
This is getting old. Okay, so there's our clue. That's the next thing we're doing. Sometimes you just gotta eat like a bird. Whoa!
Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there! How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Okay. Oh?
Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Ruuuvo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Well, didn't we want to look around for the box? I know what they're saying, but... I guess not. There really are a lot of boxes. We probably just need to go. I'm sure that's what it's telling us. It could be that little box right there. Oh, it says a new thing, though.
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many.
I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelves somewhere. The box that McGill deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes. It could be any one of them.
Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbrokers was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilded's contains something of very great value.
Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open.
Hi-ya!
Was that necessary?
That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Memories! Alright, I guess we're just gonna go. So we'll go see Gina now that I'm not stuck anymore. I went out to eat, and I guess because it was a Friday, they were marking people under 21. It was so weird. I still have an X on both of my hands. Yeah, it's just so that no one accidentally serves someone underage alcohol. I remember I've been to like a dance club before I could drink, but you could go in. And they had to do that, so yep. I've had X's on my hands too. Don't think I've ever seen that aside from today. It is odd that it was at a restaurant, but maybe the restaurant like also has a dance area or like a bar? I don't know. I haven't had that happen to me at a restaurant before. But it is a little weird. All right. 16th April, 5:41 p.m., local prison cell 13. Gina, good. You're back. Silent treatment.
The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Oh, didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks.
Oh, right.
Yeah, she's acting weird.
Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy.
What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it.
That's not...
Gina, we came to ask for your final decision.
Eh? What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you.
Right, I see.
She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Alright, let's talk to her. What we've uncovered.
Oh, alright then, blimey. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say.
We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime.
And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Alright, let's just go ahead and do that. Oh wait, I have to do it this way. There we go. We found this in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Winterbank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript that night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Iris's manuscript. I guess we'll do that first.
Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's got to be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What?
So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No. Ginny, how could you?
I think she's lying.
What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place.
For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it.
Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before.
Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth, sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you.
Alright.
I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
Okay, reason for breaking in.
It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all.
You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbank's?
It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy?
You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scupper.
Oh, Ginny. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Oh. Are some very suspicious red stains. Oh, but were they there before she got the coat?
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Ginny now. Or to Gina. Yeah, I think that's actually the blood from 2 months ago. I don't think that has anything to do with her. Okay, so there's blood. on the overcoat. So that could be the reason why McGilded had the coat taken to the pawn shop, was so that that evidence that the blood was on his coat would not be found during the trial, I imagine. We still have this to say, but we're kind of on a roll here, so let me present her maybe this. Yeah, let me show her this. Do you see this pawnbroker's ticket, Gina? It's the one you took to Windibank's, isn't it? The one for that black overcoat that you're wearing now.
Eh?
What, that?
I dunno. They all look the same to me, those tickets.
Surely not. Well, this one has a very obvious mark on it. That would appear to be blood.
Eh?
Does that ring any bells?
I dunno. It all looks the same to me, blood.
And they all sound the same to me, these answers. Suspicious. Let's show her this one. Here, Gina, look at this.
No, Tom.
I wasn't saying you could have it.
Oh, weren't ya? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want it, see? So you better hand it over now.
No, I'm not giving it to you. Okay. I guess maybe this? Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What?
Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night?
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else.
That's true.
Take it easy, Iris.
Hands in the air!
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
Wait, purple? Wasn't that, oh no, that would be Mason. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, I'm gonna write this down. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no, it's more of my blood. Yeah. Okay, so the overcoat that belonged to McGilded has purple blood. So that would be from Mason. So this is all the evidence we need that McGilded was the one that killed Mason. So that's 100% true now. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. You're wearing a blood-soaked coat right now.
And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes. It was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it.
What are you all on about? The victim? What you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story!
Alright, let's talk to Susato. Oh, I can't even talk to Gina now. Uh-oh, okay, the truth of the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull a victim to his feet. No. If that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Ooh. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, Magnus McGilded. We're representing someone who was guilty. Maybe they were hugging. Just a nice, friendly hug with some unfortunate tomato sauce in the middle. Mr. Netherhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Man. Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGillid was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Kazuma! There he is! Listen, Ryu. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Yeah, some purple ketchup. That purple ketchup from like, oh my god, like early 2000s. I think it was called something like Easy Squeeze or something. There was like green and purple ketchup. Why did they do that? Hello, flashback. Kazoo! Kazoo! Oh. What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like this Empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Soft? Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, I think he died, though. Well, at least you've learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust, yeah, Listen, in that first case, she was being threatened by a powerful, greedy man, a murderer. Of course, she went along with it. She doesn't like lying. And then this time, I'm very sure she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, that's all. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Mr. Nero Odo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it.
Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize.
What you mean?
The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down.
Eh?
It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Oh, she's crying. Oh, Gina. Poor kid.
And it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully.
Do what you like.
You Eastern lot are. I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. They're good people. They're good people.
We will never run around or desert her. People who will never give you up. People who will never let you down. I can't trust her. Okay, game's done. Time for the second game. Yep. Game over. That's how you do the speed run. Speed run strat. Say you don't trust her. Oh. Oh yeah, that ketchup. I think they sold a green Shrek ketchup. Oh, I don't remember that. They also sold green Twinkies. That sounds familiar. I don't think I ever ate them, though. I don't know. Oh. Protect Gina. She precious. Precious baby. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She would never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think.
Oh, whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice.
Miss Susato? I almost thought we were gonna get a to be continued.
Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before.
What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, Gregson. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Rexy. Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief! Listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, bye and bye.
That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off! Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted! Charm! Can't wait! If you please! My pleasure!
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Regsy's so funny. He says such silly things.
Such a dork. Very, very dorky. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
Right. So, our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. I don't want her to go! She's not going to be with us during the trial? 16th April, 11:13 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task? Going back to Japan.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. We've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Oh, sorry? I've what?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
He really has. He really has changed a lot since the beginning of the game. He's a lot more confident now. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
Oh, wow. See. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but
every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
And one final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh! The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, well, that's extremely flattering. And their relationship, too, has changed so much. I mean, in the beginning, she thought he was a murderer. And now they trust each other so much, you know? I'm sorry to say, but I've been a complete failure. Huh? Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. You're not a failure? Excuse me? Notes collated by Miss Susato about the McGilded case that we worked on 2 months ago. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Oh, I saw her face! Hiya! Oh! Okay. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Hello? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes... Oh, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato! And... one last throw. One last Susato takedown. Is he just gonna sleep like that? Susato-san. Man. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. All the best friendships start with false murder charges. Crying upside down. Oh. Did he actually just fall asleep on the floor? I think so. She threw him a little too hard. 17th April, The Small Hours, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Ooh! We never got to check up on Herlock. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Oh! He's up! Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Aww. You had to say goodbye to him, too. And to be continued. Man, I hate that she's leaving. That makes me so sad. I love Susato. Alright, we shall continue for now. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. That investigation felt a lot shorter than it probably was. It felt kind of long for me. I think it took like all day yesterday and then like almost 3 hours today. It felt long for me. Good morning, Gina. Well, we weren't in it for very long today, I guess. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend then?
Sorry?
You know, her in the fancy dress.
Susato, or however you say it.
I don't know.
Oh, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off.
It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day.
Even so.
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, it's the baby with the cat. How did you get the cat in here?
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Oh my goodness. It might have been because I made terrible decisions and did entire segments in one play session, so I had done all of that in a single night. Oh god. I guess part of it wasn't an actual investigation. The murder only happened halfway through stream yesterday. That's true, that's true. The investigation itself didn't take up all of that time. I didn't think about it like that. I was like, anything that isn't the court day is the investigation.
Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow.
Oh.
Waggy, why would you bring a cat into a courthouse?
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Ruuuvo? Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? Bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder, see?
Nice alliteration.
How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care.
I can't, because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Ruuuvo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Ruuuvo?
Oh, yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Alright, today's paper has been entered. This morning's paper purchased by Iris. Gina's case features prominently. We'll have a look at it in a second.
Good luck then, Ruuuvo. I'll do what I can.
Yeah, let's look at it. We'll actually look at both of these. Alright, omnibus murder. Case summary. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Name was Mason Milverton, male. Occupation, brickmaker. Domicile, East End of London. Trial summary, defendant, Magnus McGilded. Prosecution attorney, Lord Beric Van Zeeks. Defense attorney, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. And then East End of London, I think that is also where Gina lives.
Pawnbroker perishes and picked purse plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps.
Protects planet?
Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be great.
Okay. And then that's the same thing. What else do we have? Something on the back.
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
What? For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Ruuuvo?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Alright, details have been updated. This morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. So, since I'm not going to play this again until next Tuesday, I'm going to take some notes on that. So the newspaper talks about government secrets. Agencies, which could be the Strongheart, Gregsy. We're worried about. Okay. Got it. Okay. I think that is it for now.
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
So, yeah, it's just like Pearly. Just like Pearly. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all, about Chomes. Did they fix him up all right? Yes. The operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
Oh, but he was awake last night. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. So Gregson probably just hasn't told us.
Oh, right.
No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial's about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
I'm like actually getting nervous. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Ruuuvo.
Alright. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Oh. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Kazuma! Kazuma! 17th April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here we go again.
There's a Daddy Vampire across the way. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. There he is.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? Yeah, he's only going up against Ryu's cases. It's so weird.
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel.
There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I had known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese.
Oh, he was talking about them!
What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Ruuuvo.
I actually managed to work that out too, thank you. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? It's bad either way! It's bad either way! Yeah, casual racism is just so fucking... Oh my god, the whole game has been like this? The whole game has been like this. And it's a lot. Is Wagahai just running around free in the court? I guess so, yeah! The cat is just out of the bag. Out of the bag and in the courtroom. And especially, like, Zeke's just admitted that he literally is going up against Ryu every time because he doesn't trust Japanese people. Like, that's so bad. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors. 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh boy. Okay, we've got the Moon Man, we've got the maid again. We've got a new guy with glasses. The old man is back and now he's dressed like a doctor. We've got a repeat of the lady that likes to write everything, and I think now she's gonna do Morse code instead of a typewriter. And then we have what looks like the fucking, what was he, Russian? The Russian guy from, like, the boat case that, like, escaped. Oh my god. What is going on? What is going on here on this day? Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born yesterday.
Oh, sorry, born ready? I don't know why I said yesterday. He was born yesterday. Born ready. Sorry. I'm like accidentally insulting people. And he has a little mouse, I saw that.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it.
Of course, there's a stereoscope person.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
Is he talking about a surgery?
Women indispensable in society, stop. Female-centric future awaits, stop.
Oh boy. Even the mouse is reading! I love the mouse already. I love the mouse.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
I gotta bring back the terrible Russian accent. I do love the mouse. Is the mouse Russian?
Is something wrong, Ruuuvo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they?
Yeah, what a coincidence. Can a non-citizen even be a juror? I don't know. Maybe he got a citizenship here?
But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah. I think so too. Something is up.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
Your life is a visual novel, Ruuuvo. Nothing is coincidence.
And nothing is real. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death.
I think that's going to be important too, that he died instantly. Because they might say, oh, he did this as he was dying. And you're going to be like, nope, he couldn't have done anything.
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
So from below. So by someone shorter, which doesn't help Gina. And I wonder again if that window in the door is low. I'm so sure someone could have shot him through that window. And what is that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh!
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Okay, autopsy report. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. And you see it doesn't mention... Does it show the trajectory? A photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows the single bullet wound in the man's back. Yeah, these don't tell you the trajectory. That's why I take notes, because sometimes the summary of items do not tell you everything that you're going to need to know, so...
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred.
Okay.
The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked.
Windowless room. I think the door has a window. That's like what I'm basing all of my doubt on. I don't know.
In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present.
Unless I'm wrong. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. Taking a note. Okay. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as all hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Wasting more wine, are we? My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious, huh? After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Wouldn't the only witnesses be the other thieves? Court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Plan of Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. Winterbank's revolver has been entered into the court record. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Ruuuvo.
I think that's because it has. Oh my god. The drama! Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April of this year. Oh boy. Oh yeah, those are totally the thieves that we saw. And look, one of them is short! One of them is really short! Come on! Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. And they also look like incredibly silly. Why do their eyes look like this? Oh my god. Nash?
Name's Nash Skokin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skokin. Occupation's, same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
How is he I guess he's a witness when he got there? I don't know.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin' Brothers.
3?
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through?
It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him.
So we decided then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you
Big Bruv Skulky. Big Bruv Sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Sulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
Yeah. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they, these 3?
3?
No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot.
Maybe stand off to the side? Maybe? My god. The cloak thing is peak theater kid. Oh, he has all the drama you need. Yes. The Apple Man is named Ringo. Of course. Of course. I wonder what their names are going to be references to, though. I'm not catching anything exactly. Ringo and who? Nash Skulkin. Ringo Skulkin. I don't know. Nash? Yeah, Ringo is apple in Japanese. Yeah, I got that one. I got that one. I like his face. He's so silly. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Man is shaped like Ochi Pikmin 4. He looks like Ochi. Oh. Hey, PC Man, welcome. Order, order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. It is so hard for me to go between all of these accents. I'm sorry. I'm struggling today. I'm struggling. Ochi deserves better than that. Ochi does deserve better. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to! The Skulkin's never soaking! Get out of it. Oh my god. Yeah, Ringo I also thought could be Beatles, right? But I don't know who Nash is. If Nash had another name that was also Beatles, I'd be immediately like, oh, that's Beatles. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, called blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. They're very silly. Very, very silly. Oh, this has been a great stream to kick back and vibe and watch as this all unfolds. Thank you. I'm glad you're having a good time. You're good at the accents. Thank you. I never claim that they're good because I would rather claim that they're not good than say I'm good at them, but I appreciate it. It's just really hard to go between all of them, so I like stumble over the words a lot, but it's all right. Warning, British. Warning, there's British accents here. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Every detail! The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, okay? And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Ruuuvo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Okay. Gina and Skulkins is basically my native accent. Mine is less blatant, but it has roots in that dialect. Oh! Nice, nice. Yeah, it's so interesting because there's so many different kinds of accents, you know, across the UK, within Britain. But, like, the ones that are most, I guess, stereotyped and, like, put in media with British people is usually like the Cockney accent or like the really posh accent. But I know that there's a bunch of different things in between as well. But, you know, I don't think I can do all of that. I don't think I can. But I think that's really all they have in this game, too, is just those two. Because there's very, like, fancy, well-off people, and then there's, like, people like this. Unfortunately, a lot of the Cockney accents are given to, like, the criminals, which is unfortunate. But I think that the, what's his name? Gregson, I think he also has that same accent. So at least you do have that. There's, like, a good guy and a bad guy that both kind of have similar accents, but these guys obviously have really, really strong accents compared to him. All right, so they were walking down Baker Street and the door was open, is what they said. The front door of Windibank's was ajar, you say? What time of night was this?
Must have been about 1, right, Ringo?
Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Soki?
Why do they keep talking to him?
How would I know?
My God.
Place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true.
Piss black? No. Pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? Oh my God.
I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Silky, me old mucker?
Me old mucker? What? Hello?
Leave me alone.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
Supposedly. That is pure conjecture. Huh, perhaps. But it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened.
The thing about the UK is accents are not only down to location, but also to class. Yes, and I think that's also what's going on here, too. Yeah. It was like a sign begging for us to go in.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? Yeah, Gregson's of a higher social standing than the Skulkins, but you didn't need me to tell you that. Yeah, exactly.
Were it's no whim, I'm dead sure of that.
It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
Oh, come on.
They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks like our bruv.
I said cut it out.
Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, poor blimey, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that?
Yup, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well. We can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. But 2 gunshots happened that night. That's the thing.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
Just great. Just great.
Oh my gosh. Maybe I'm getting hungry, but I really want what he's having. Yeah, the fish and chips. Don't you just want some big old steak fries or potato wedges sometimes? Honestly, whenever I play this and I see him eating it, I want fish and chips, which I think I've only had maybe one time. I mean, like, I don't know, like, fish and chips is just fried fish with French fries, right? So you could just get, like, fish sticks and then some French fries and you'd have fish and chips, right? Right? Steak fries are not British chips. Yeah, so like, no? It would be, in your opinion, a bastardization of it then. It would be the Walmart version of fish and chips, maybe. Yeah, the way the fish is fried is very particular. Okay. I thought so. Because I'm trying to remember, like, have I had authentic fish and chips? And I might have one time from, like, a restaurant. We have fish and chips at home, yeah. But I was trying to think, have I had something that's approximately the same? And that's why I was saying the like, fish sticks, but... Never mind. Shots fired. I accidentally shot. I accidentally did that. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna go take a break. It's not because I'm embarrassed. I have to go get some more water. And when I return, we will continue pressing these silly little lads. I've insulted all of Britain. There's no going back. You can buy fish fillets breadcrumbed or battered and frozen in the supermarket. Yeah, so you can like buy frozen fish and chips, so to say, but then you just gotta get the chips. What is the English food to have? In my head, it would be fish and chips, but obviously a British person would be better to ask. And we'll get that answer maybe when I come back, because I gotta go get some more water. So I'll be back in a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes or less, but yeah. BRB! Alright, I'm back. I told you I wouldn't be too long. I am the British person. The British person in chat. Let's see, the English food to have is fish and chips or chicken tikka masala. I've heard like curry is one, you know, as well. I'm the only one. The only one in the world. Only one awake at this hour. Oh, 5:30 a.m.? Oh my god. Now the question is, are you up early? Or are you up late? 5:30 a.m. is my bedtime. Yeah, we go to bed super late sometimes. 5 is like really pushing it. It's not every night, but usually like I end stream my time around like what, 1 or 2 a.m. sometimes. And then I just want to like hang out after that and not go to sleep immediately. So then I'll probably be up for another couple hours. So yeah, I'm basically nocturnal, and me and Ruuuvo are married, so we are the same, of course. Up late. Oh wow. Yeah, tikka masala would be like a curry, exactly. Yeah. Pokemon Sleep is the only reason I'm in bed by 3:30 a.m. Oh my god. I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Sleep as well. That was like I started around the time it came out. But then I wasn't really using it very much. But the last couple weeks I've been pretty consistent about it, and I try to use it almost every night because I want more Pokemon because they're so cute. I actually just got a Swablu last night, and that is my favorite Pokemon, as you can see by... What's the best Swablu? This one. It's not in my background. This actually lives on my PS5 next to me. But that means I can look at it whenever I want, and it brings me joy. I also have this one that is handcrafted by Ruuuvo. It's a gift for me. It's a shiny Swablu. Look at the wings. So cute. The wings are like so huge compared to the body. There's a little crest and everything. But yeah, this one lives right here behind me all the time. But yeah, I finally got a Swablu. I was so happy. I actually ended up using a Master Biscuit because I didn't have any Great Biscuits. I only had, basically what I had would not be enough to get its friendship. And I was gonna be so upset if I didn't get it because it's my absolute favorite, and it's the first time I saw one in the game. So I got a Master Biscuit. I didn't pay real money for it. I used like the in-game points. And I was gonna get one for like a shiny if I ever got one, but I have no idea when I'll get one. I'm not very good at this game. I'm not very good at Pokemon Sleep. So I used it as well. I'll save up for another one someday. I have a single Master Biscuit. I'm scared to use it on anything besides the shiny. Yeah, I know. That was gonna be my thinking too, but I see a Swablu, I can't help myself. Like, all logic goes out the window, so I had to get it. But yeah, I'm gonna save up for another one. We'll see how long it takes and save it for a shiny, probably. I am very much a night owl, so usually out by like 3 a.m.-ish EST. Yeah, usually 3 or 4 maybe is when I go to sleep. 5 is if I like can't fall asleep or I just don't want to fall asleep, but then I'm super exhausted by then. Even though it's an Indian style curry, the particular dish, tikka masala, was invented in Scotland. Really? I gotta look that up. Also, welcome in Bipolar Molar. Tikka masala origin. Oh. Most popular origin story places its roots in Scotland when a Bengali chef had to improvise in a jiffy. Many consider it to be the national dish of the UK. Huh. I did not know that. I would not have thought that. Wow. And then when I think about it, I don't know if I've had tikka masala. I have had Indian curry, but I don't know if I've had tikka masala exactly. I would definitely love to try it, though. I've learned something new today. Other people are getting shinies and I'm extremely jealous. I know! I have a friend who is very good at Pokemon and gets shinies all the time, and of course he has a bunch of shinies in Pokemon Sleep as well, and I'm like, are you kidding me? How do you people do this? Like, I have not even seen a shiny yet, but again, I'm really bad at being consistent with the game, and my Snorlax is probably not a very high level, all that stuff. I only play it sometimes, I'm not feeding it all day, all that kind of stuff, so it's my own fault, but it's alright. I play it very casually. I'm also a night owl, which sucked at my last job because I very often had to get up for work at 3:30 a.m. Oh god, like that's when I'm going to sleep, man. Oh. Love Mega Altaria. I love anything Swablu, anything Altaria. I love it. And yes, I especially love the Mega Altaria because it's so fluffy. It has so much fluff. I would love to have a plushie of that too. I just want any plushie of any of the line at all. Yeah, I basically got no sleep at night and just went to sleep when I got home. Man. Oh, if they ever release a Bidoof Squishmallow, I will cry and buy all of them. Oh my god. Yeah, did you hear they're gonna have new Squishmallows for Pokemon that's gonna include Clefairy? That's what I heard. I would love a Clefairy. Clefairy's not even like necessarily my favorite Pokemon, but I can just imagine like this big pink Squishmallow. So cute. Hint hint, Ruuuvo. Nudge nudge. Oh. Okay, so Wikipedia says the origin of the dish is not certain, but many sources attribute it to the South Asian community in Great Britain, and some sources also cite Glasgow as the city of origin. Okay. So there's like different stories for it. Yeah, I did see it said story. It wasn't like exactly documented. Chicken tikka masala is a favorite of mine. I would definitely love to try it. Other big dishes for us would be roast beef with Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, I always hear about Yorkshire pudding. Fish pie or steak pie and mash. We need another fairy dragon type. I love fairy types. Oh, I saw Piplup is going to be one of the new ones. Yeah, a friend of mine told me I give them Piplup energy, and I kind of love that. Aww, that is so cute. Piplup is awesome. Piplup is adorable. I'm going to go look up the article about all the Squishmallows they announced. Hold on. New Pokemon Squishmallows. Let's see, this is from May. I need something that's from like this month. What was everything? I know that they recently had the Gengar. They have a Snorlax now. We need to get the Gengar, too. We need to get the Gengar and the Clefairy, Ruuuvo. We gotta get both of them. I love those two together. It's so, like, goth GF and, like, pastel GF. I love it. I can't find the article, but I think I retweeted something. Hold on. I'm just gonna look it up on my phone. My goodness. We're gonna play more Ace Attorney, I promise. Let me see. We're just talking about Pokemon now. At least we have this nice music in the background. Yeah, I retweeted something. Here we go. There's gonna be Clefairy and Teddy Ursa. Okay. And then they had the Piplup and I think a Winking Pikachu? That's what it says. Yeah, I need a Clefairy. We need Clefairy and we need Gengar. Stat. Absolutely. Alright. Let's get back to it. Let us return. Okay, we went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door. That of the storeroom.
Most there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. Did he draw that?
He's an artist as well.
When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Right, it usually has a curtain in front of it. I'm gonna write that down too. The little details help sometimes, so you never know. So the storeroom usually is covered by a curtain. And it was slightly pulled when Ryu arrived. Okay. Because that could be purposeful. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
You can say that again. Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, rippled by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. They don't seem very courageous to me. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Wow. Alright. Somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Okay. We never done nothing. We never took anything. We just left after that nice and quiet. No, that is not true. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam as soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy lockets.
I don't know what words you're saying. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers, we are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes at me Lucy lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe.
Eh? Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was. Uh-huh.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to a hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession.
Ooh.
Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel.
The mouse!
What will hold this weapon as evidence? Alright, Skulkin Brothers' gun has been entered. A firearm found in the possession of the Skulkin Brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired, so both guns shot one time.
Yeah, Lucy Lockets' pockets. I got that eventually with context clues, but it's just so funny. Like, I just feel like I can barely understand, and then eventually I'm like, oh, that's what they're saying. It's very silly.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend.
Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not.
You could say the same thing about the two silly guys giving witness testimony right now. Why should we believe them?
If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Wow. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Winterbanks that night. Okay. I gotta think about this. I want to break that wine bottle across Van Zeek's back and then smash the wine glass on his head! The man incites violence in me. I guess you are clearly on a specific side, so it doesn't count. Yeah. Yeah, just bonk him. Okay, hold on. We're trying to prove that they fired the gun before they left the pawnbrokers. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's probably going to be Sherlock's blood. But we don't know it's Sherlock's yet. But I think that's what it's going to be, because they shot him inside, and then his blood is now on the calendar, so that's gonna be it. Alright. We'll see where this goes. Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. Unless they just take the blood as is, like, there's blood inside of the place, you know, we don't know whose it is yet, but... What evidence shows, yeah, that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the shop that night? That's gonna be this. I hope.
Take that!
It's not? The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Okay, no, it's right. When the music doesn't stop, I feel like I'm wrong. Because often when you get the right answer, the music will stop and it'll go quiet, but okay, sometimes it doesn't.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once.
What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Which sample shows the men fired a shot in the pawnbrokery? Oh, okay. I mean, that's super duper easy.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. A scene of the crime, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
That took me by surprise. Is that the sound that the gun made when it shot Herlock Sholmes? Yes, as your lordship noticed.
The bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
Oh yeah, that's very convenient, isn't it?
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yeah, what are you gonna say to that? You know what I just noticed? I'm kind of covering it, though. The wine bottle has, a Grim Reaper on it, and the sides, at least the sides are there. I just noticed that detail. Oh my god. Of course you would have wine with sides on it.
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What?
Of course. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
We had a deal! You weren't gonna get into them details! Tell him, Soaky! Set the bloke straight!
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
What fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Not necessarily. I mean, one of them could have grabbed Windibank's gun, and the other could have had their own gun, and then one shot Windibank, and the other one shot at Herlock. It's not that hard to think about, Daddy Vampire. It's really not. It's not that hard. Maybe if he would stop drinking in court, he wouldn't be throwing his chalices around. Replacing those has to be expensive. He's drunk, Your Honor. He's drunk. Can't believe the lamp hasn't broken yet. I know. I'm like, it must be indestructible. They know specifically that Van Zeeks likes to throw his glasses at lamps, and so it's not glass. It's like, I don't know. It's some kind of thing that can't break. I can't think of anything. But anyway, they built it with him in mind. They knew he was going to do this. Specially made just for him.
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
1800s plastic. Plastic. Is it me, or does he look like he's dressed like a ship captain? He kind of does look like a captain, yeah. He kind of does. He's just very, very, like, fancifully dressed. I don't know if it's meant to be maybe like a colonel or something. I don't know, yeah. So that's it. Oh my god.
That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it.
We didn't, Nash, we didn't! That's what I reckon!
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas?
Ah! We're in for it now, bruv!
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. I almost forgot about that.
Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Okay. 8 p.m., 8:30, 9:30. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. So always facing to the left, okay.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. This was brought up before.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
Oh. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv?
Lady Luck loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv?
Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just got 1. Just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh? Huh. Good lord, okay. She's holding the gun. Uh-oh.
It's the defendant. It's Gina Lestrade.
Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's in the court record. It's probably not in the court record yet. Okay. That's not good. Yeah, that's very not good. Okay, so there is a photo. I think it said at 1? What time was it? Shit. I'm sure it'll put it in the record. I need to get the time. We have Gina not pointing it at him, but holding the gun up across from Windabank. Not good. The defense claims Photoshop? Yeah. 1800s Photoshop, maybe? Man. Ugh. Okay. I love having access to Adobe Photoshop. 1900. My god. Okay, as the court can clearly see, it was 1 a.m. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, someone painted a fake. There we go. They painted it. And then 1 a.m. is when the brothers broke in. Now the thing is, this is a narrow photo, right? It's not showing the whole room. We have to see the other camera, I think. But they could be in the blind spot, that's the thing. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Alright, a photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder, showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. Now, what time did the murder happen exactly? Time of death was 1 to 1:30 a.m. Okay. Alright, let's see. Name, Pop Windabank. Pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death was 16th April, 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Post-mortem findings. A single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. So he was shot in the back. Yep. Okay. Got it. So this is not showing the cameras. That's not good. So the cameras in the shop were facing... I think it was the counter. And then kind of like in the middle. Something like that. Okay. Well, yeah, let's analyze everything. We have a lot of evidence to look over right now. There could be details I'm missing. Okay. Let's look at the gun. This is Mr. Windabank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windabank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter.
Yes. Only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right. Keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Okay. That's just looking at the chamber again. I don't see anything super interesting. I think everything is just about the chamber there. Yeah. Okay. And then we have their gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes. It happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windabank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Probably not. Yeah, looks like it's still just the chamber. Okay. And then, of course, we have this now. I wonder if there's anything I can see in this picture yet, but I think so. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm so sure that there was like a little window in this door, but I think I might be wrong and I just saw wrong. So I don't know. We'll see later. If there is one, it'll come up somehow. I don't know. I just thought I remembered seeing one, but all right.
I don't believe it. Ginny!
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windabank. Yeah. His little pose. I say, my lord.
wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one.
Okay. He was a soldier until he took a bullet to the knee. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
Already?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gerideb Squadron's position, sir.
What? No. It's too soon to make a
Status report for the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too.
I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear, stop. No room for doubt, stop. Truth now undeniable, stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
time for a summation examination already? Jesus Christ. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. Court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Alright, let's do this!
The juror's contentions. You didn't really miss anything. Okay. Apparently I missed something, though. Did you see the doctor used his head to send the fire? He can't use his hands, he's sterile. How did I not notice that? I did not notice that. I'm gonna have to watch for it, because I'm sure he's gonna do it again. I'm gonna watch him next time. I don't know how I didn't see it. Okay. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketin. Okay. That's not very helpful.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and vigorously eliminated.
Okay.
I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
I bet that is gonna be something important in this case.
I have left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
God, he just... Jesus Christ, this guy.
Mind made up, stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow, stop.
None of these are very helpful.
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes. Judge by...
Why am I doing British? Why am I doing British?
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes.
I can't do it. Judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. I've lost the ability to do Russian. I'm sorry. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Okay. I lost it. I don't know. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hand the fatal revolver, firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination, declaration, emancipation. Alright, jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, nothing really stuck out to me, so I'm a little worried, but I guess we're just gonna have to press and learn something from that. So, all the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. I mean, we put his wife in jail, didn't we?
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up.
Yeah, she's in jail.
Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for dashed certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Uh-huh, obviously. But honestly, I really wish you would pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. Oh, he keeps looking at her? As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes? A maid?
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Cat maid Sholmes. Ooh. I bet someone's drawn that. Absolutely, this exact dialogue inspired someone to draw Sholmes as a maid. I know it. I know it. Good night, Arkham. Thanks so much for being here. We appreciate you. And have a good weekend. I'll see you later. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement.
Okay. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Jesus. Oh my god. I will be, in fact, drawing that. Good night. Good night. I think you'll find if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection.
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay. Here's old man again. If I have left it there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Would I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Wow. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Alright, mind made up. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes. From the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. And that's how we have internet!
You are well informed, young lady. Hee hee! But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh? Oh?
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess?
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate.
What sort of possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before.
What? Have you got any, Ruuuvo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
I mean, we only have the one. We don't have a second picture yet. I could say yes anyway. Let me save. Same thing, but in 3 dimensions. You all remember 3D TVs? I'm not remembering it right now. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, like you could put on like 3D glasses and it would be 3D? Oh my god. You know, in general, I remember just the 3D craze, you know? Like all the movies were coming out 3D, and I think we still get like 3D movies, but I have no interest in watching movies in 3D anymore. It's just not like, I don't know. I remember I watched a few movies growing up in 3D, and I mean, first of all, I have glasses, and I don't often wear contacts, so I would just have to put them on top of my already existing glasses, and sometimes it wouldn't stay. So I would just be doing this the whole movie and holding them up to my glasses the whole time. So it was just more annoying than anything. And then I didn't feel like it added a lot to the experience. Like, you know, it's like a gimmick, you know, and it loses its charm. At least for me, it did after the first few times. So I haven't seen a movie in 3D since I was probably like, maybe like 12 or something like that, I guess. Yeah, they were a huge fad, but they kind of sucked. I mean, even the 3DS had like a 3D aspect to it, and that also was like fun at first, and then I just turned it off after like the first few months of doing it, you know? I remember a Barbie movie I have that had a 3D mode and came with the funny cardboard 3D glasses. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was a whole craze for a while. 3D movies give me a headache, and I have to wear the glasses over my glasses. Yeah, exactly. I remember going to one of those 3D experiences when I went to Disney World back in 2001. Apparently I spent the show running up to the screen trying to catch butterflies. Aww. And they just look so real. That's cute though. Yeah, I think it's probably the most fun for kids, you know? I could still imagine how someone older would have fun watching them, but yeah. For me at least, the charm is, it's not really like interesting. It doesn't interest me. Couldn't ever get the 3D thing to work, probably because of my weird eye thing. Oh, maybe, yeah, because I feel like the 3D thing is similar to stereoscope stuff. I saw one of the last Star Wars movies in 3D, but didn't really feel it added to it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't feel it adds much. I can't even tell you the last movie I saw that was in 3D. It was probably like a animated movie, maybe? I don't know. It's been so long. I wonder if I saw Avatar in 3D? Which just made the experience so much worse. I've told this story before, but I feel like it was also 3D, maybe? But my memory's so bad, I'm not sure. But I think I saw the Avatar movie, you know, the blue one, in theaters. And I think we were in like the front row. Not the very front, but like those front few rows, which is like a terrible place to sit. And I think it was in 3D. And I feel like maybe that changed me as a person. I don't think you can go through something like that and be the same after. Because you're tilted up looking like this the whole time because there were no other seats.
And then I had to wear the fucking glasses too? Oh. That might be why I don't like Avatar. Maybe that's why. I still haven't seen the sequel. Man. Yeah, I don't like 3D movies because they never work for me with glasses. Yep. Like, I would have to specifically wear contacts to go and watch it, and I can't be bothered. Last movie I saw in 3D was Happy Feet 2 as a kid. Aww. Yeah, maybe something like that was the last time I saw it. Or maybe it was Avatar. Maybe I was like, I'm never doing this again in my life. I don't know. Man. Alright. I'm gonna say absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. It's just a single print, right? So let's show that. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me 1 more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh. I only have 1. We have this one. That's it. That's it. I don't think we're ready for this. Didn't we have one earlier? The only photos I have is the crime scene and then this single photograph of Gina. I don't have a second one yet. It could be that maybe I need to revisit this later. I don't think we're ready. Unless I show this. The cats, but... I think I know. Do you want a hint? Sure. Because in my mind, I don't have what I need right now. I was gonna say the cats, but probably not. Right, the only 2 prints I have that would work for stereoscope is the cats. I could try that. I mean, like... I don't know. I could just say something random and see what happens. I don't know. I think I have to, actually. The gun! just show the gun! What about that?
Take that!
It's not. Wait, sorry? What do you mean, 1 more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Right. You know, 1 for the left eye and 1 for the right. Okay. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find. The clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man that— See, so we're gonna do this later. Ha ha ha. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? Okay, so I'm gonna take a note for that. But yeah, we're not doing that right now. And I had a feeling, too. I was like, I only have 1 print. I'm sure we're gonna get another print as evidence later, and then at that point, somehow, we'll talk to him again. But I'll make a note for myself for next time. So I need to show... What juror was that? Number 3. I need to show juror number 3 2 prints. Two similar prints. For his stereoscope. Might reveal a clue. Alright. That'll be for next time. I don't know what it is about his design, but he reminds me of a Pokemon character. I feel like maybe it's the eyes. Like, they're just so wide. I feel like a lot of the Pokemon characters kind of look like that. I see what you mean, though. Either way. He just looks so bright. Wholesome, maybe? I can see it. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Okay, so... Didn't I already press him? Yeah, we just talked to him because he reacted to her. So now we'll press you. Yeah, sword, shield, looking eyes. Yep. Alright. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Violin Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
Da. I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor?
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. The mouse!
People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look.
The Skulkin brothers?
Da. Maybe they went inside the pawnbroker shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say.
It's not wrong to shoot someone? Okay, cool. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. So we can actually pit him against someone else for that, yes? Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Ruuuvo?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? Right, this is what we were saying earlier. How is there just a Russian visitor here?
I wish I knew.
Wow, okay, then, I don't know. Self-proclaimed baddies. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying, and then pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Let's do it! Okay, so we're gonna pit you against you.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement? Contradictory?
Contradict.
C-O-N... Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have stick. I have mouse!
You sure do! Look at him! I love that mouse. Maybe the mouse is the London citizen and he's a translator. Oh, the Russian is the translator. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear.
Abdomen, abdomen, A, B, D.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear?
Forgive me. I did not hear.
Ugh.
Ah, here is a word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English,
I am Russian, not native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing, but the truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let him go! No! Stop squeezing it! No!
Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal.
Let him go! Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
No! Enough! I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Ruuuvo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Oh.
If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Hooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Hooey? Huh? Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. Okay, now we have two prints.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Oh, but maybe we'll see with the stereoscope. Oh! I saw that. Something moved in the back. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
Okay. A mouse. The mouse is now my favorite character in this game.
Yay! Well done, Ruuuvo. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination.
Kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Alright! So now we can do that immediately. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene after the murder had taken place. Alright. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Let him go! Thank you for the clip! Oh. At least the mousey is fine now.
In lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict.
So we're going to talk to you, maybe? I guess I'll press. What is with these games and the mice and rats getting squanched? I know! Because that happened in another Capcom game, and even made by the same creator of Ace Attorney in Ghost Trick, yep. Yeah, even Ghost Trick had the rat getting squashed. At least the rats are always fine after. Thank you for attempting to protect your mouse brother in Ryu. Oh my god. Why are the animals so cute in this game? It's not even fair. They're so cute! I love the mousey. Okay, we're gonna press juror number 3. Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Okay. Let's do it!
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Alright.
Take that!
Alright. These 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway.
Oh, of course. Now I see.
Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
I have.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Ruuuvo. Go on.
Alright, here we go.
Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them?
I'm trying to find it before we do it. So what I'm seeing, without having to cross my eyes, is that the books with the skull and the doll are shifted to the right after the murder. I think a lot of things on the desk actually have moved over to the right. Yeah, the notes, the dog photo, the scale. Let me see if the book moved. I think everything behind the book has moved to the right. Okay. Interesting. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes. You can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Ruuuvo?
Yes. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Yeah. Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Oh my god! Everyone's crossing their eyes.
Yes. That's it, you see?
That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh?
Why
the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that,
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope.
As I said before, if you try to look at the 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Oh my gosh, she is so small.
Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Ruuuvo. It's quite simple.
It is? It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zukas!
Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop.
Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Can I? Do I know the answer to this? I don't know. Because here's the problem. The two brothers have separate profiles. So if it was one of these two, I wouldn't know which one. It has to be one of them, though, right? Maybe I can just say either one and it'll work. Maybe it's like either one is fine. I'm gonna need to take some notes right now. Okay, so... the two photo prints show that someone has tampered with the items on the desk. Okay, I'm gonna say just Nash.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Okay, so that works.
Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. Oh! But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Let him go!
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. Alright. Oh, Ruuuvo. Okay. Still here, but gotta lie down because I got a headache. I'm sorry. I'll probably be wrapping up stream here pretty soon. We've been going a long time, but I want to find a nice stopping point for next time. I don't want to like jump into like a really awkward in the middle of something. So I think after the summation examination is done, I call it there. Hey Ruuuvo, I'll be there soon. The accused is a pick purse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony, given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Oh, there he goes! There, I saw it! Now I can end the stream. He smacked him with his head! Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think we got it.
Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop.
You missed. Oh, it's okay. We'll go back in the VOD.
Well, it seems this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus.
Oh my goodness. Ash, welcome in! Oh goodness gracious. Howdy, y'all. Thank you so much for that raid. Let me, do a shout out for you. Let's see. There we go. You're playing Bloodborne. Ooh. I never finished Bloodborne, but I have attempted it. I have played it. So stressful. So stressful, but great. I love watching people play it. I think I like that better than actually playing it, so maybe I gotta tune into a Bloodborne stream sometime, but welcome in, Ash. I hope you had a great stream, and welcome in all you raiders. Welcome in Cakes and Ash, of course, and everybody else. My name is Bishi. I am currently playing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and that's really all I'm streaming right now, actually, until the Pokemon DLC comes out, but I'm a big fan of lots of different games. We play lots of stuff here. I'm also a big fan of Yakuza. I love Resident Evil, all kinds of stuff, really. Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy VII specifically. But yeah, welcome in, y'all. You actually caught me towards the tail end of my stream. I'm just finding a good stopping point because I've been going longer than usual. But I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. We're doing, currently routing Deathless any %. Oh, God. I am so sorry. Well, I hope it's going great. I hope you're doing well. I could never. I could never. So, Godspeed. It's been a time, I bet. I freaking bet. Oh, God. Well, thank you so much for that. Just started? Oh, God. Good luck. Good luck, Ash. But yeah, so we're just playing some Ace Attorney here. And, there's a lot going on right now. But basically, if you don't know Chronicles, it takes place in like the late 1800s, early 1900s, in the UK actually, in Britain. And you play as Ryunosuke, who is a Japanese student of law. And he is in Britain performing as a lawyer. And we're getting into all kinds of hijinks and such. And I'm doing lots of silly, terrible British accents and Russian accents and all kinds of accents, whatever character calls for. But yeah, it's been a long stream, so I'm finding a good stopping point here, but I order this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way.
What? Also, here's Iris, who is an adorable little baby, and also like a child prodigy. She's really, really smart. She has a doctorate degree at 10 years old. I don't know how that happened, but, you know, video game logic.
You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Alright, we got a stereoscope now, a fold-up device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions simply by looking through the eyepieces. I maintain that she's a time traveler, maybe. A time traveler with pink hair! Also taking some notes. So now we have the stereoscope. And the evidence. Because sometimes I will forget major details. I gotta write things down. Alright. Lord Van Zeeks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. And then here's Vampire Daddy. He's kind of evil, but he's also hot, so... I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Alright. There's Ryu. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. There we go. Is this a to be continued? It might be. Perfect timing! There we go. Alright. That's a perfect spot to stop. I actually love that Ace Attorney has that. It is so useful for me as a streamer. When they have the to be continued, I'm like, okay, that is a good cue to stop stream. Alright, that's gonna be it for me, y'all. Sorry about ending stream right after that raid, but I am super tired. I've been going like 30 minutes past the time I usually would stop, so let's switch over here. Completely different. Oh god. I refuse to believe it wasn't on purpose that Ace Attorney does that way too much for the wording to be an accident. Honestly, I wonder sometimes. I wonder about, like, the way that things are said, but I try to just, like, ignore it sometimes because I don't want to, like, make a silly all the time, but it happens a lot. So glad we were able to catch you. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing the raid in. I appreciate it very, very much. And in fact, I will find somebody to raid so that y'all get to pop off somewhere else. Yeah, good night, everyone. Good time zone. Good time zone, y'all. There's my social media. I'm most active on Twitter and YouTube. We also have a Discord if you'd like to join. That is the best place to be for stream updates and the like. And there are the raid messages if you're joining with us. But either way, I will be back next week. I stream usually every Tuesday to Friday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'll be back next Tuesday. But in the interim, I hope that y'all have a wonderful weekend. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye!